The burrow stood crooked against the grey December sky, its mismatched walls and haphazard additions somehow more fragile-looking than Harry remembered. Perhaps it was the absence of smoke curling from the kitchen chimney, or the way the garden gnomes had gone eerily still in their holes, as though even they sensed that something fundamental had shifted in the world. Harry's hand found Ginny's as they stood at the gate, their breath misting in the cold air. "It looks different," Ginny said quietly. It didn't, not really. The burrow was exactly as it had always been, lopsided, chaotic, held together by magic and love in equal measure. But she was right. Something intangible had changed, something that had nothing to do with the structure itself and everything to do with what it now contained. Or rather, what it no longer contained. Ginny pushed open the gate, and it gave its familiar squeak. The sound seemed too loud in the stillness, and Harry found himself wishing it hadn't made any noise at all. They walked up the path in silence, their footsteps crunching on frost-hardened earth. The door opened before they could knock. Molly Weasley stood in the doorway, her face breaking into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She was thinner than Harry had ever seen her, the comfortable roundness gone from her cheeks, but her hug was as fierce as ever. "Harry, dear." "Ginny, love." Her voice carried the same warmth it always had, but there was a brittleness underneath, like ice over water. Come in, you must be frozen." The kitchen was overwhelmingly hot. Every burner on the stove held a pot or pan, steam rising in thick clouds that made the windows weep with condensation. The long wooden table was covered, absolutely covered, with food. Pies and pastries, casseroles and roasts, enough to feed 30 people rather than the handful who would actually be there. Molly bustled immediately back to the stove, waving her wand to stir 3 pots simultaneously. "I've made your favorite, Harry, treacle tart and cottage pie, and I thought perhaps some of that chicken you like and—" "Mum," Ginny said softly, "we're not hungry just yet." Of course not. Molly didn't turn around. "But it'll be ready when you are. Always ready. Ron and Hermione are upstairs. Arthur's in his shed. George is—" She paused, her wand faltering mid-stir. "George is in his room." Harry caught Ginny's eye. Her expression was carefully neutral, but he could see the worry there, the same worry that had been gnawing at him since they'd decided to come for Christmas. "I'll take the bags up," Harry said. He climbed the stairs slowly, noting the photographs on the walls. The Weasley family smiled and waved from various frames, frozen in happier moments. There was one from Bill and Fleur's wedding, everyone dressed in their finest, Fred and George with their arms around each other, identical grins on their faces. Harry looked away. Ron and Hermione's voices drifted from Ron's room, a low murmur of conversation that stopped when Harry knocked. "It's me." Ron opened the door immediately, pulling Harry into a rough hug that spoke more than words could. When they separated, Harry saw that Hermione was sitting on Ron's bed, a book open in her lap that she clearly hadn't been reading. "How is it?" Harry asked quietly. Ron shrugged, but the gesture was heavy with meaning. "Mum cooks, all the time. Dad's in the shed more than he's in the house. George—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "George doesn't come down for meals. Doesn't really talk. Just stays in his room mostly. Has anyone tried?" "Everyone's tried." Hermione's voice was gentle, but firm. "We have to let him process this in his own way, Harry. Grief isn't something you can fix. But I should be able to do something, Harry thought. After everything, after the war, after defeating Voldemort, surely there should be something he could do to ease this pain. The silence stretched between them, heavy with all the things they'd learned to leave unsaid. Well, Ron said eventually, with forced brightness, at least you're here now. Ginny too, that'll help. Harry wasn't sure anything would help, but he nodded anyway. Dinner was a strange, stilted affair. Molly had set the table for 8. Harry counted twice to be sure, and the empty chair sat there like an accusation. She'd ladled food onto the plate in front of it before Arthur had gently, wordlessly removed it. The food was excellent, as always, but it sat heavy in Harry's stomach. Conversation came in fits and starts, punctuated by long silences broken only by the clink of cutlery against plates. "How's the office, Dad?" Ginny asked, clearly trying. Arthur looked up from his potato, seeming surprised to be addressed. "Oh, yes, fine. Perkins retired last month. Gave me his entire collection of spark plugs. Fascinating things, spark plugs. The way they generate the spark from compression and—" He stopped abruptly, as though suddenly aware he was talking too much, or perhaps not enough. More silence. "Hermione and I went to Diagon Alley last week," Ron offered. "It's getting busier, shops reopening and that." "That's good," Harry said. "That's really good." It felt like they were all reading from scripts, performing normalcy for each other's benefit. Molly kept glancing at the ceiling, as though she could see through the floors to the room above where George remained. Twice she started to rise, as if to bring him a plate, and twice Arthur's hand on her arm stopped her. When dinner finally, mercifully ended, everyone dispersed quickly. Ron and Hermione retreated upstairs with whispered good nights. Arthur mumbled something about checking on the chickens and disappeared into the darkness. Molly began cleaning with sharp, aggressive movements that made the dishes clatter. Harry found himself alone in the sitting room, staring at the threadbare sofa where he'd spent so many happy hours. The house settled around him, creaking and groaning in its familiar way, but the sounds felt different now, lonelier. Ginny appeared in the doorway, wrapped in one of her mother's old cardigans. "Walk?" she asked. They went out into the garden, where the cold air felt like a blessing after the overheated kitchen. The sky had cleared, and stars pricked through the darkness in scattered clusters. From the shed came a faint glow and the occasional clang of metal. "Dad's been spending a lot of time out there," Ginny said, answering Harry's unspoken question. "I think he finds it easier than being in the house." They walked in silence for a while, their feet finding familiar paths, even in the darkness. Harry had been coming to the Burrow for years now. He knew it almost as well as Hogwarts. Better, perhaps, because the Burrow had always felt more like home. "Do you think it'll get better?" Harry asked eventually. Ginny didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was careful. "I think it'll get different. I don't know if that's the same as better." A light snow began to fall, soft and silent, the flakes catching in Ginny's red hair. Harry thought of other snows, other winters, snowball fights in the Hogwarts grounds, building snow forts with Ron and Hermione, Fred and George's elaborate snow sculptures that always ended up hexed to do something ridiculous. He pushed the memories away. They returned to the house to find it dark except for the kitchen, where a single light still burned. Molly stood at the sink, washing dishes by hand despite having magic to do it for her. She didn't turn when they entered. "Mum," Ginny said softly, "you should rest. Just finishing up, dear. Go on to bed. You must be tired from the journey." But she didn't stop washing, her hands moving in endless circles, scrubbing plates that were already clean. Harry lay awake in Ginny's room, listening to the house breathe around him. From somewhere above came the sound of footsteps, George pacing. It had been going on for an hour, a steady back and forth rhythm that made Harry's chest ache. Ginny was curled against him, and he could tell from her breathing that she wasn't asleep either. "Tell me something good," she whispered. "Something that has nothing to do with any of this." Harry thought for a moment. The Chudley Cannons signed a new seeker. Ron's beside himself. He felt, rather than saw her smile. That is good. Ron deserves something to be excited about. More footsteps overhead, back and forth, back and forth. "Harry?" "Yeah?" "I'm glad you're here." "Me too." It wasn't entirely true. Being here hurt in ways he hadn't anticipated, seeing the Weasleys like this, seeing the hole that Fred's absence had torn in the fabric of this family. But it was also the only place he wanted to be, because these people were his family too. And you didn't abandon family just because being with them was painful. The footsteps above finally stopped. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the garden in white, covering the scars and imperfections, making everything look clean and new. But Harry knew that come morning, the snow would melt or be trampled, and underneath, everything would be exactly as it had been. Some things, he was learning, magic couldn't fix. He felt Ginny's breathing deepen into sleep, and eventually, Harry let himself drift as well. His last thought before unconsciousness claimed him was of the kitchen, of Molly cooking enough food for an army, of Arthur hiding in his shed, of George pacing overhead, of a family trying desperately to figure out how to be a family when one of them was missing. The snow fell silently outside, and the burrow stood crooked against the night, and somewhere in the house, a clock ticked steadily forward, because time, unlike magic, never stopped for anyone. Harry woke to the smell of bacon frying and bread baking, and something sweet that he couldn't quite identify. The sky outside Ginny's window was still grey with early morning light, barely past dawn, but the sounds from below suggested the kitchen had been active for hours. Ginny stirred beside him, her eyes opening slowly. She's at it again. They dressed in silence and made their way downstairs, following the increasingly overwhelming scent of cooking food. The kitchen, impossibly, held even more dishes than it had the night before. The table had been cleared and reset, now groaning under the weight of fresh pastries, 3 different types of eggs, sausages, bacon, kippers, toast, jam, porridge, and what appeared to be an entire glazed ham. Molly stood at the stove, her wand directing 5 different pans at once, while her hands kneaded dough that was already the 3rd batch, judging by the loaves cooling on every available surface. "Morning, dears," she said without turning around. "Breakfast is almost ready. I've made pancakes, but I thought perhaps you'd prefer the French toast. So I made that too. And there's porridge if you'd like, with cream and honey." Fred always liked extra honey in his porridge, said it made him faster on his broom, though I told him that was nonsense. She trailed off, her hands stilling in the dough. For a moment, she stood frozen, then resumed kneading with renewed vigor, her movements almost violent. Harry caught Ginny's eye and made a small gesture toward the stove. She nodded. "Mum, why don't you sit down?" Ginny said gently. "Let us help." "Don't be silly, dear. You're a guest. Harry's a guest." "Mum, I live here, and Harry's family." But Molly wasn't listening. She'd moved on to cracking eggs, a dozen at once, whisking them with such force that some of the mixture sloshed over the side of the bowl. Harry approached slowly, as though she were a spooked horse. "Mrs. Weasley, I could really use some help with breakfast. I never learned to make proper bacon. Always burn it. Would you show me?" It was transparent, and they both knew it, but Molly's hands slowed slightly. "You just have to watch the heat, dear. Keep the flame steady, not too high. Right, like this." Harry picked up a spatula, deliberately angling it wrong. No, here, let me." Molly took the spatula, her movements becoming less frantic as she focused on the simple task of teaching. "You turn it gently, see? Let it cook evenly on both sides." Ginny quietly began removing some of the excess food, vanishing dishes back to the pantry with subtle flicks of her wand while her mother was distracted. When Molly finally turned around, the table looked abundant rather than overwhelming. "Oh," Molly said softly, noticing. Then more firmly, "Well, that's more sensible, I suppose. Can't let food go to waste." The door from the garden creaked open, and Arthur stepped in, his boots muddy, his hair standing on end. He looked as though he hadn't slept, purple shadows dark beneath his eyes. "Morning, Mollywobbles," he said, his voice determinedly cheerful. "Something smells wonderful. Arthur Weasley, you've been in that shed all night." Molly's voice sharpened with worry disguised as irritation. "You'll catch your death. Just fixing up that old wireless, the one from your father's. Thought I'd nearly got it when the sun came up. Decided to see it through." He crossed to the sink, washing his hands. "Any chance of some breakfast?" Sit. Harry was just helping with the bacon." Ron and Hermione appeared moments later, followed by Bill, who must have arrived early that morning. Bill looked tired too, his scars more prominent than usual, but he managed a genuine smile when he saw the spread. "Blimey, Mum. Expecting the entire Holyhead Harpies team." "Just wanted to make sure there was enough," Molly said, a defensive note creeping into her voice. "There's plenty, Mum. There's always plenty." Bill kissed her cheek and took a seat beside Arthur. They ate in relative quiet, the silence broken only by requests to pass the salt or compliments on the food. Molly barely touched her own plate, instead watching everyone else eat, refilling things before they were even half empty. Harry noticed she'd set 8 places again. The empty chair sat between Ron and where George should have been, a gap that seemed to widen with each passing moment. Halfway through the meal, Molly stood abruptly. "I should take a plate up to George. He needs to eat. He's getting too thin." Arthur's hand caught hers. "Let him be, Molly. He needs to eat, Arthur. He'll come down when he's ready. And if he's not ready, if he's never ready..." Molly's voice cracked. "I've already lost one son. I won't watch another waste away." The words hung in the air, sharp and painful. Arthur stood, wrapping his arms around his wife, and she collapsed against him, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Harry stared down at his plate, feeling like an intruder. Beside him, Ginny's hand found his under the table, squeezing tight. "I'm sorry," Molly said eventually, pulling away and wiping her eyes with her apron. "I'm sorry, that was..." "Don't apologize, Mum," Bill said firmly. "Not for that, Not ever for that. Molly nodded, but she wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. I should. There's laundry, and I need to start on lunch. I thought perhaps a roast and… Mum. Ginny stood, crossing to her mother. Sit down, please. Just sit down and have some tea. For a moment, it seemed Molly would refuse. Then, slowly, she sank into her chair. Ginny poured tea with practiced ease, adding milk and sugar the way her mother liked it, while Hermione quietly began gathering plates. I'll help with the washing up, Hermione said. No, dear, you're a guest. I'm family. Hermione's voice was gentle, but brooked no argument. And family helps. Ron stood too, collecting dishes with uncharacteristic grace. I'll dry. Harry joined them at the sink, and soon they'd formed a quiet assembly line, washing, drying, putting away. It was mundane, domestic work, but there was something soothing about the rhythm of it, the simplicity of clean tasks with clear endings. At the table, Arthur kept up a steady stream of quiet conversation with Molly, talking about nothing important, the weather, the chickens, a funny memo he'd received at work. Bill occasionally added a comment about Gringotts or Fleur's preparations for their visit tomorrow. Ginny sat beside her mother, one hand resting on Molly's arm. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tension in the room eased. Then came the sound they'd all been unconsciously waiting for. Footsteps on the stairs. Everyone froze. George appeared in the doorway, and Harry's breath caught. He looked terrible, pale, hollow-eyed, his hair unwashed and sticking up at odd angles. His clothes hung loose on a frame that had always been lanky, but now looked almost skeletal. But it was his eyes that shocked Harry most. They were flat, empty, as though someone had extinguished a light that had always burned there. George, Molly breathed, half rising from her chair. Morning, George said. His voice was hoarse from disuse. Any breakfast left? The question was so normal, so utterly mundane, that for a moment, no one seemed to know how to respond. Of course, dear, of course. Sit. I'll fix you a plate. Molly was up instantly, bustling to the stove, her hands steady now that they had purpose. George sat in his usual chair, not Fred's empty one, but his own, and stared at the table. Harry noticed his hand drift toward the empty space beside him, then jerk back as though burned. Molly set down a plate piled high with food, and George looked at it with something approaching dismay. Mum, I can't eat all this. Just eat what you can, love. That's all. Just what you can. George picked up his fork, and the simple act seemed to exhaust him. He took a bite of eggs, chewed mechanically, swallowed. Another bite. The rest of the family watched without seeming to watch, everyone pretending to be occupied with their own tasks. Ron broke the spell by sitting down across from George. Cannon's signed a new seeker, he said conversationally. Probably still won't help, but you never know. George's lips twitched, not quite a smile. They signed a new seeker 3 years ago, and 4 years before that, still came in last. Yeah, well, maybe this one's magic. They're all magic, Ron. We're wizards. You know what I mean. It was the closest thing to their old banter that Harry had heard, and something in the room shifted slightly, as though a locked door had opened just a crack. Hermione joined them at the table, carefully casual. We were thinking of going into the village later. The shops supposedly got new quills in, the self-spelling ones. Waste of money, those, George said, but there was a hint of the old derision in his voice. Spell half the words wrong and make up the rest. That's what I said, Ron exclaimed. "But Hermione insists." "I do not insist. I merely suggested that for someone whose handwriting is illegible, it might be an improvement." George took another bite of eggs, then another. Slowly, steadily, he worked his way through about a third of the plate before pushing it away. "Can't manage more." "That's fine, dear. That's just fine." Molly vanished the plate with a wave of her wand, her relief visible. George stood, and everyone tensed, waiting to see if he'd retreat back upstairs. Instead, he moved to the window, staring out at the snow-dusted garden. "It snowed," he said quietly. "Last night," Arthur confirmed. "Quite beautiful, actually. Covered everything in white." Fred loved snow. George's voice was flat, matter of fact. "Always said it made the world look clean, like you could start over." No one knew what to say to that. George turned from the window. "I'm going back upstairs, but thanks for breakfast, Mum." "Any time, love. Any time at all." They watched him leave, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. A door closed overhead, and the house settled back into its waiting quiet. Molly sat down heavily, her face crumpling. "He came down. He actually came down." "He did," Arthur agreed, his own eyes suspiciously bright. "That's something, Molly. That's really something." Bill stood, stretching. "Right. Well, I'm going to check on the wards around the property. Make sure everything's secure." "I'll help," Harry said quickly, grateful for something to do. They bundled into coats and went out into the cold morning air. The snow crunched beneath their boots, and their breath misted in thick clouds. "He looked awful," Harry said, once they were far enough from the house. "He's grieving," Bill replied. "There's no good way to look when you're grieving." They walked the perimeter in silence, Bill occasionally pausing to check a ward with his wand. Everything was secure, which they'd both known it would be. This was just an excuse to be outside, to breathe air that didn't taste of tension and sorrow. "How's Fleur?" Harry asked eventually. "Worried about all of us. She wanted to come earlier, but I thought—" Bill trailed off. "I thought give them time, you know, before adding more people to the mix. Probably wise." They completed the circuit and stood looking back at the burrow, its crooked silhouette somehow both fragile and enduring against the grey sky. "It'll get better," Bill said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "It has to." Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe that time would heal these wounds, that one day the burrow would feel warm and whole again, that George would smile with his eyes again, that Molly would cook normal amounts of food, and Arthur would spend evenings in the living room instead of hiding in his shed. But standing there in the snow, looking at the house that held so much pain, Harry wondered if better was even possible, or if they'd all just learned to live with this new, broken version of normal. Inside, through the kitchen window, he could see Molly returning to her cooking, and Arthur slipping quietly out the back door toward his shed. The world kept turning, whether they were ready for it or not. The afternoon found Harry in Arthur's shed, ostensibly to help repair a particularly stubborn toaster that Arthur had salvaged from somewhere. In reality, Harry suspected they were both just looking for an excuse to escape the house, where Molly had begun preparations for what she was calling a light lunch, but which appeared to involve enough food for a small army. The shed was cluttered in a way that Harry found oddly comforting. Shelves overflowing with Muggle artifacts in various states of disassembly, tools hanging from nails, diagrams and notes pinned to every available surface. A small pot-bellied stove in the corner radiated warmth, and weak winter sunlight filtered through the grimy window. Arthur sat hunched over his workbench, carefully removing screws from the toaster with intense concentration. His hands were steady, his focus absolute. Harry recognized it for what it was. The same desperate need for control that made Molly cook. The same urge to fix something, anything, when the thing that was truly broken was far beyond repair. Fascinating mechanism, really, Arthur murmured, more to himself than to Harry. The way it uses electrical resistance to generate heat. Brilliant in its simplicity. No magic at all, just physics and engineering. Harry picked up a screwdriver, examining it. What can I do? Oh, well, if you could sort through that box there, the one by your foot, and organize the screws by size, that would be helpful. Very helpful indeed. It was busy work, and they both knew it, but Harry settled onto an overturned crate and began sorting. The task was meditative, requiring just enough attention to keep his mind occupied, but not so much that he couldn't let it wander. They worked in comfortable silence for a while. The only sounds the soft clink of metal on metal and the occasional pop from the stove. Outside, snow had begun, falling again, soft and steady. Fred used to come out here sometimes, Arthur said suddenly. He and George both, actually, when they were younger, before they got so focused on their joke products. They'd help me with projects. Well, help might be generous. Mostly they tried to figure out how to make things explode, or turn colors, or sprout legs. A small smile touched Arthur's lips. There, and gone like a ghost. I remember one summer, they must have been 12 or 13. They'd gotten it into their heads that they could make a Muggle television work with magic. Spent weeks on it, absolutely convinced they could manage it. The thing finally turned on, played about 3 seconds of some program, then melted into a puddle of plastic and wires. Arthur chuckled, a rusty sound, as though he'd forgotten how. Molly was furious. The smell was terrible, and it stained the floor. But Fred and George, they were delighted, claimed it had been their plan all along, that they'd invented self-destructing entertainment, tried to sell the concept to their brothers for 2 sickles apiece. Harry smiled despite himself. Did anyone buy it? Ron almost did, but Ginny talked him out of it. Arthur's hands stilled on the toaster. Fred was always like that. Could turn anything into a joke, find the humor in disaster. George too, of course, but Fred... He trailed off, his eyes distant. Fred was always the one who laughed first. George would wait, just a half second, to see Fred's reaction before joining in. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I keep expecting him to walk through the door, Arthur continued quietly. Every time I hear footsteps, every time someone laughs, I expect it to be him. And then I remember, and it's like he set down his tools, his shoulders sagging. It's like losing him all over again, every single time. Harry didn't know what to say. What could he say? That it would get easier? That time healed all wounds? He'd lost enough people to know those were comforting lies people told, because the truth, that some losses carved holes that never really filled, was too terrible to voice. He'd be proud of you, Harry said instead. Fred, of what you did in the war, how you held everything together. Arthur shook his head slowly. I didn't hold anything together. I hid in my office at the ministry, pretending everything was fine while my children fought. While they... His voice cracked. I should have protected him. All of them. That's what fathers do, isn't it? Protect their children. Mr. Weasley. Arthur. Please, Harry. Your family. Arthur, Harry amended. You couldn't have stopped him. Any of them. They chose to fight because it was right. Because you and Mrs. Weasley raised them to stand up for what's right. That's not a failure. That's... He searched for the right words. That's the best thing a parent can do. Arthur looked at him then. Really looked at him. And Harry saw the exhaustion there. The guilt, the grief that sat like a stone in his chest. You sound very wise for someone so young. I've had good teachers. They returned to their work, but something had shifted between them. A shared understanding, perhaps, or simply the acknowledgement of pain that didn't need to be hidden here, in this cluttered shed where broken things came to be fixed, or at least understood. The door opened with a burst of cold air, and Ron stepped in, stamping snow from his boots. Mum sent me to tell you lunch is ready, but honestly, I think I'm hiding too. He looked around the shed with interest. What are you working on? Toaster, Arthur said. Harry's been helping. Brilliant. Mind if I stay? Promise I'll be useful. Since when? Harry teased, and Ron grinned. Fair point, but I'm good at handing people tools. Very advanced skill, that. Arthur waved toward another crate. Sit. Stay as long as you like. Ron settled in, and gradually, the conversation drifted to safer topics. Quidditch, Ron's training at the Aura office, Hermione's work at the Ministry. Normal things, everyday things, the kind of conversation that had nothing to do with war or loss or grief. Bill appeared about an hour later, followed shortly by Charlie, who'd apparated in from Romania, with snow still clinging to his dragonhide jacket. Heard there was a Weasley gathering, Charlie said, his broad face breaking into a grin as he squeezed into the already crowded shed. Couldn't miss that. Arthur's face lit up in a way Harry hadn't seen since they'd arrived. Charlie, we weren't expecting you until tomorrow. Managed to get away early. Norberta, still getting used to that. She's doing well. Molly about to feed everyone to death, I assume. You assume correctly, Bill said dryly. We're staging a tactical retreat. The shed filled with the low rumble of male voices, talking and occasionally laughing. Someone produced a bottle of fire whiskey. Charlie, probably. And it made the rounds. The light outside faded, turning the window dark, but no one made a move to leave. Remember that time Fred and George convinced Percy that he'd been made head boy? Charlie said, accepting the bottle from Ron. Had a fake letter and everything. Percy walked around for 2 whole days being insufferable. Well, more insufferable, before Mum found out and gave them hell. Merlin, Percy's face when he found out, Ron said, shaking his head. Thought he might actually hex them. He tried, Bill corrected. They'd anticipated it. Every hex bounced off and hit Percy instead. He turned purple for a week. Purple with little yellow spots, Arthur added, like some sort of exotic fruit. The stories came more easily then, memory after memory of Fred. And George, always George too, because you couldn't tell stories about one without the other. The time they'd enchanted all of Percy's prefect badges to sing show tunes. The year they'd turned the ghoul in the attic into Father, Christmas, complete with flying reindeer that had terrorized the chickens. The 1,000 small moments and large ones that made up a life, a personality, a presence that couldn't be captured in any single story, but lived in the collection of them all. Harry listened more than he spoke, watching the Weasley men pass memories between them like treasures. He noticed the way Arthur's hands grew steadier as he talked, the way Bill's scarred face softened with remembering, the way even Ron, who'd been so quiet and careful since Harry arrived, began to sound more like himself. "He saved my life once," Harry said, suddenly, surprising himself. Everyone turned to look at him. At the Ministry, 5th year, Death Eater had me cornered, and Fred, he came out of nowhere with this jinx that made the Death Eater's robes attack him, just started wrapping around his head, completely ridiculous. Fred winked at me and said, "You're welcome, Harry Potter, sir," in this ridiculous voice, and then ran off to help George with something else. Arthur smiled. That sounds like him. "He made everything lighter," Harry continued. "Even when things were terrible, even when we were scared, Fred could always make us laugh, could always find the joy in things." "That's the pre-wet blood," Arthur said quietly. "Molly's side of the family. Her brothers were like that too. Fabian and Gideon. They could find humor anywhere. Fought to the very end, the pair of them, and probably died laughing at something." The bottle made another round. "I miss him," Ron said, his voice thick. "Every day, every bloody day, I miss him." "We all do, son. We all do." More silence, but it was different now. Not the painful silence of things unspoken, but the peaceful quiet of shared understanding. "Come on," Charlie said eventually, standing and stretching. "We should head back before Molly sends a search party. Or worse, brings dinner out here." They filed out of the shed into the cold night, their breath misting in the darkness. The burrow glowed with warm light, and through the kitchen window, they could see Molly moving about, preparing yet another meal. But instead of heading directly inside, Arthur led them around to the back garden, away from the house lights. The sky had cleared, and stars scattered across the darkness like spilled salt. "Used to do this when they were boys," Arthur said softly. "Bring them out to look at the stars. Fred always wanted to know if wizards had been to the moon. Said he and George were going to be the first magical astronauts." They stood in a loose circle, 5 men and a boy who wasn't quite either, staring up at the infinite darkness. "Beautiful," Bill murmured. "Yeah," Harry agreed. A light came on in an upstairs window, George's room. Harry could see a silhouette there, unmoving, looking out. Arthur saw it too. His hand rose, a small wave, though he couldn't know if George could see it. The silhouette didn't move. They waited, breath held, hoping for, what? A wave back. A sign that George knew they were thinking of him, that he wasn't as alone as he felt. But after a long moment, the light went out, and the window went dark. "Should we?" Ron started. "No," Arthur said firmly. "We let him be. When he's ready, he'll come out. Forcing it won't help." They stood a moment longer in the garden, the cold seeping through their coats, then trudged back toward the house. As they reached the door, Charlie caught Harry's arm. "Thanks," he said quietly, "for being here. For all of them." "I'm family," Harry said, echoing Hermione's words from earlier. "Yeah," Charlie agreed. "You are." Inside, Molly had dinner waiting, smaller portions this time, Harry noticed with relief. And the evening passed in quiet companionship. George didn't come down, but his absence felt less like an open wound and more like a space they'd learned to move around. Later, lying in bed with Ginny curled against his side, Harry thought about the shed, about the stories shared in the darkness, about the way grief could sit alongside joy, the way you could miss someone desperately while still being grateful for the time you'd had. "Your dad talked about Fred today," he told Ginny. "Really talked. Not just mentioning him in passing, but actual stories." "That's good," Ginny whispered. "That's really good." "Yeah, I think maybe it is." Outside, the stars continued their endless wheel across the sky, and the burrow creaked and settled around them. And somewhere in the house, George lay awake, perhaps thinking of twins and stars and all the things that came in pairs until they didn't anymore. Morning arrived with Percy's arrival, quite literally, as the crack of his apparition woke half the house. Harry heard Molly's delighted cry from the kitchen, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps and Percy's formal, slightly stiff voice, saying something about not meaning to arrive so early and pressing ministry business that couldn't wait. By the time Harry and Ginny made it downstairs, Percy was seated at the kitchen table, looking uncomfortable in the way he always did when unsure of his welcome. His robes were immaculate, his hair perfectly combed, but there was a hollowness around his eyes that Harry recognized, the look of someone who hadn't been sleeping well. "Harry, Ginny," Percy said, standing abruptly and extending his hand. "Good to see you both." Ginny bypassed the handshake entirely and hugged him, fierce and quick. Percy stood rigid for a moment, then his arms came up tentatively to return the embrace. "Glad you're here, Percy," she said. "Yes. Well, I thought, that is, with Christmas approaching, it seemed appropriate to—" He cleared his throat. "I wanted to be here." Molly bustled over with tea and toast, her movements lighter than they'd been in days. Having another son home, even Percy, seemed to ease something in her. "We're decorating today," she announced, with a brightness that was only slightly forced. "The house needs Christmas, I think. Makes everything feel more—" She trailed off, the brightness dimming. "Festive," Arthur supplied gently, appearing from the direction of his shed. "Makes everything feel more festive." "Yes, exactly." Molly's smile was fragile. "I thought perhaps after breakfast we could all, well, those who want to help, of course, we could bring down the decorations." An uncertain silence fell. Christmas decorating had always been a family affair at the Burrow, loud and chaotic, with Fred and George enchanting things to sing or dance, or generally cause mayhem. The thought of doing it without Fred hung in the air, unspoken but heavy. "I think that's a lovely idea, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione said firmly, descending the stairs with Ron behind her. "We'd love to help." "Absolutely," Bill agreed, entering through the back door with Charlie. "Where do you keep the boxes?" "Attic," Arthur said. "I'll show you." Within an hour, the sitting room was filled with boxes and crates, their contents spilling across every surface. Decorations accumulated over decades, some shop-bought, most handmade, all bearing the marks of countless Christmases past. Harry found himself holding a slightly crooked star, made from bent wire and spelled to glow. Ginny's name was inscribed on the back in childish letters. "Made that when I was 6, Ginny said, looking over his shoulder. "Mum's kept everything we ever made." "Of course I have," Molly said, overhearing. "You're my children. Everything you make is precious." She pulled out a string of enchanted lights, checking each bulb with careful attention. Her hands trembled slightly as she worked, and Harry noticed her gaze kept drifting to a particular box in the corner, one that no one had opened yet. Ron noticed too. What's in that one, Mum? Oh, just, Molly's voice caught. Just some things Fred and George made over the years. I thought perhaps we might not. That is, maybe this year we could. We should use them. George's voice came from the doorway. Everyone froze. George stood at the entrance to the sitting room, still hollow-eyed and pale, but present in a way he hadn't been since they'd arrived. He was looking at the box in the corner, his expression unreadable. "George," Molly breathed, "you don't have to." "I want to." He moved into the room slowly, as though wading through water. Fred would be furious if we didn't use them. He spent weeks on some of that stuff. He knelt beside the box, his hands hovering over the lid. For a moment, Harry thought he might change his mind, might flee back upstairs. But then George opened it, carefully, reverently. Inside were decorations unlike any Harry had ever seen, baubles that changed color with the mood of whoever held them, garlands that sang in harmony, ornaments shaped like tiny dragons that breathed real fire, and, tucked in carefully wrapped cloth, a set of candles. George lifted them out with shaking hands. There were 7 of them, each about a foot tall, made of what looked like ordinary white wax, but thrumming with barely contained magic. "Fred's masterpiece," George said softly. "Took him 3 years to get the enchantment right. They're memory candles. When you light them, they show—" His voice broke. He stopped, swallowed hard, tried again. "They show your happiest memories." He wanted to patent them, sell them at the shop. But he kept tinkering, saying they weren't quite right yet. "They're beautiful," Hermione whispered. George set them down on the mantelpiece with excessive care, arranging them in a precise line. His hands lingered on the last one. "We should light them," Arthur said quietly. "George is right. Fred would want us to use them." "I don't know if I can watch," Molly said, her eyes already filling. If I see his memories, then we'll watch together," Bill said, moving to stand beside her. "All of us." They gathered around the fireplace, a semicircle of Weasleys, an adopted family. George remained closest to the candles, his jaw set with determination. "How do they work?" Ron asked. "You light them and think of the person you want to see memories of," George explained, his voice mechanical, as though reciting instructions helped him stay focused. "The candles will show moments when that person was truly happy. Fred designed them for—" He stopped again. "For people who'd lost someone, so they could remember the joy instead of the grief. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Together then," Arthur said. He drew his wand, and the others did the same. On 3. 1, 2, 3. 7 wands lit 7 candles, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, light began to pool above each flame, not harsh or bright, but soft and golden, like bottled sunshine. The light coalesced into images. The first showed Fred and George, no more than 7 years old, their identical faces split by identical grins as they chased garden gnomes. Young Ron toddled after them, trying desperately to keep up, while Ginny, barely more than a baby, clapped from Molly's arms. Molly made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. The second candle showed Hogwarts, the Great Hall during a feast. Fred was older here, perhaps 14, and he was levitating Percy's prefect badge while Percy frantically tried to catch it. The badge swooped and dove like a snitch, and Fred's laughter was silent but visible in every line of his body. "I remember that," Percy said quietly. "I was furious. Gave them detention for a week." "Worth it, though," George murmured. the ghost of a smile touching his lips. "Look how happy he is." The third candle showed the twins on broomsticks, flying in perfect synchronization, weaving patterns in the air that would have been impossible for anyone else. They moved as one person split into two bodies, anticipating each other's movements with preternatural accuracy. "The Quidditch Cup," Ron said. "The year you beat Slytherin. Best match Gryffindor ever played." The fourth showed the joke shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in all its chaotic glory. Fred stood behind the counter, demonstrating something that created purple smoke and the sound of trumpets. Customers laughed and applauded, and Fred bowed theatrically, his face alight with pride and joy. "He loved that shop," George said, his voice thick. "More than anything, he loved making people laugh." The fifth candle showed a moment Harry didn't recognize. Fred sitting in the Burrows' kitchen, helping a much younger Ginny with homework. He was patient, explaining something with exaggerated hand gestures that made her giggle. When she finally understood, her face lit up, and Fred's expression, pure delight at her success, was almost painful to witness. Ginny pressed her hand to her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The sixth showed Fred at Bill and Fleur's wedding, dancing with Molly, spinning her around while she laughed and protested that he was going too fast. His joy was infectious, radiant, and everyone around them was smiling just from watching. That was 3 days before Molly couldn't finish. "Before everything went to hell," Bill completed quietly. "But look at him, Mum. Look how happy he was." The seventh and final candle showed the Battle of Hogwarts, but not the fighting. Instead, it showed a quiet moment in what must have been a brief lull. Fred sat with Percy against a corridor wall, both of them exhausted and dirty. Fred was making some joke. They could see his mouth moving, see Percy trying not to smile and failing. Then Fred reached over and messed up Percy's hair, and Percy shoved him, and they were laughing, actually laughing, in the middle of a war. Percy made a choke sound and turned away. "That was an hour before," George whispered. "An hour before the wall, before he couldn't continue." The memories began to cycle through again, playing on loop. 7 candles showing 7 moments when Fred Weasley had been purely, completely happy. The images cast dancing shadows around the room, filling it with silent laughter and wordless joy. They watched in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, their own memories. Harry saw Molly crying quietly, Arthur's arm around her shoulders. Bill had moved to stand beside Percy, whose shoulders shook with suppressed sobs. Ron and Hermione stood close together, hands clasped. Charlie stared at the candles with an expression of mingled pain and wonder. And George stood frozen, watching his twins' happiness play out in flickering candlelight, his face a mask of such profound loss that Harry had to look away. "Thank you," Molly said eventually, her voice barely audible. "Thank you for showing us these, George, for lighting them." George nodded mutely. "He was so loved," Arthur said, "and he knew it. That's what these show really. Not just his happiness, but how much joy he found in all of you, in being part of this family." "Should we put them out?" Ron asked uncertainly. "No," George said firmly. "Let them burn. That's what they're for. To remember. To keep the happy parts alive." They continued decorating around the candles, working slowly, speaking quietly when they spoke at all. The memories played on, a constant reminder of what they'd lost, but also And perhaps this was Fred's final gift of what they'd had. Harry found himself hanging ornaments beside Percy, who worked with methodical precision, his movements still slightly too formal, too controlled. "I should have been here more," Percy said suddenly, not looking at Harry. "Before, I wasted so much time being angry, being stubborn. And now—" "He knew you loved him," Harry said. "That last memory, in the battle. He was happy to be fighting beside you, Percy. You can see it in his face. But all those years I wasn't here. Don't." Harry's voice was firm. "Don't do that to yourself. Fred wouldn't want that. None of them would." Percy was quiet for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Perhaps you're right." They worked on, the room gradually transforming. Garlands draped across the mantelpiece, wrapping around the still-burning candles. Ornaments hung from every available hook and nail. The crooked star that Ginny had made went on top of a small tree that Charlie had brought in from the garden. As afternoon faded into evening, Molly finally called a halt. "That's enough for today. We can finish tomorrow. Dinner will be ready soon." One by one, they drifted away, to wash up, to rest, to simply be alone for a moment. But George remained, standing before the candles, watching the memories cycle through again and again. Ginny approached him cautiously. "George." "He made these for other people," George said without turning. "People who'd lost someone. He was always thinking about other people, always trying to make things better. And now," his voice cracked, "now I'm one of those people. And all I have are these bloody candles showing me what I've lost." "No," Ginny said softly. "They're showing you what you had, what you still have, in a way. The memories don't go away, George. He doesn't go away, not really." George finally turned to look at her, his eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. "It doesn't feel like enough." "I know, but it's what we have." They stood together in silence, watching Fred's face laugh and smile and live in 7 pieces of enchanted candlelight. "I'm glad you lit them," Ginny said eventually. "It was brave. Didn't feel brave. Felt necessary." George reached out, his finger hovering near one of the flames but not touching. "He'd be annoyed at us, all this moping. He'd say we were being melodramatic." "Probably," Ginny agreed. "And then he'd do something to make us laugh." "Yeah." The smallest smile touched George's lips. "Yeah, he would." The candles burned on, and somewhere in their flickering light, Fred Weasley smiled and laughed and lived over and over again, a gift from beyond, death to those he'd left behind. The candles burned through the night. Harry woke several times to use the bathroom, and each time he passed the sitting room, he saw them still lit, still cycling through Fred's memories. And each time, George sat there watching them, motionless as a statue, his face illuminated by the soft golden glow. By morning, the candles had burned down to stubs, their magic flickering weakly. The memories grew fainter, more translucent, like ghosts of ghosts. Harry found George still there when he came downstairs, looking like he hadn't moved in 8 hours. Perhaps he hadn't. "George," Harry said quietly, "you should sleep." "Can't." George's voice was hoarse, raw. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him. But not like this, not happy. I see him after. I see the wall falling and the dust and the way he looked so surprised, like he couldn't believe." He stopped abruptly, his jaw clenching. Harry sat down beside him, unsure what to say. The memories flickered one last time, Fred laughing, always laughing, and then went out. The candles were spent, reduced to puddles of wax on the mantelpiece. "They're gone," George said flatly. "The candles are. The memories aren't." "Aren't they?" George turned to look at Harry, and the rawness in his eyes was almost frightening. "Every day he gets a little more distant. Every day I forget small things. The exact way he said something, or how he laughed at a particular joke. It's like he's dying again, slowly, piece by piece, in my head. That's not... You don't understand." George stood abruptly, pacing. "You can't understand. You've lost people, I know you have. But you weren't..." He struggled for words. "We were two halves of one whole. From the moment we were born, we were never separate, never alone. And now I'm..." His voice broke. "Now I'm just half a person walking around pretending to be whole." The words tumbled out faster now, months of suppressed grief erupting like a dam breaking. "Everyone keeps saying it'll get better. That time heals. But it doesn't, Harry. It doesn't get better. I wake up every morning and for just a second, I forget. I think about something I want to tell him, some joke we'd make together, and I turn to where he should be, and he's not there. He's never there. And I have to remember all over again that he's gone." George's pacing grew more agitated, his hands gesturing wildly. "The shop, I can't go back there. Everyone expects me to. Mum keeps saying how Fred would want the business to continue. But how can I? Everything in that shop, every product, every joke, we created it together. There's no Weasley's Wizard Wheezes without both Weasleys. There's just..." He laughed, a horrible broken sound. "There's just me, alone, pretending I'm enough. George..." "And the worst part," George continued, not hearing him, his voice rising, "the absolute worst part is that I'm angry at him. I'm furious. He's dead and I'm angry at him for dying, for leaving me here by myself, for..." He stopped, breathing hard, his face contorted with guilt. What kind of person is angry at their dead brother? "A person who's grieving," Harry said quietly. "I should have been with him." George's voice dropped to a whisper. "When the wall fell, I was 20 feet away. 20 feet. I saw it happening, and I couldn't. I tried to..." His hands were shaking now. "I tried to get to him, but there were Death Eaters and debris, and by the time he was already..." He couldn't finish. His knees gave out, and he sank onto the sofa, his face in his hands. The sound he made wasn't quite crying. It was deeper than that, more primal. It was the sound of something fundamental breaking, of grief too large to be contained by a single human body. Harry didn't try to comfort him with words. Instead, he simply sat beside him, one hand on George's shoulder, a steady presence in the storm. They stayed like that for a long time. Eventually, the sound subsided into ragged breathing, then silence. George's hands fell away from his face, revealing red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. "Sorry," he muttered. "Don't be. Making a scene. Being dramatic. You're not." George laughed weakly. "Fred would say I am. He'd say I was being a melodramatic git and tell me to pull myself together. Maybe, but he'd also sit with you until you felt better. Yeah." George's voice was small. "Yeah, he would." Footsteps on the stairs announced someone's approach. Ginny appeared in the doorway, took one look at George, and crossed the room quickly. She sat on his other side, not speaking, just there. One by one, they came. Ron, looking worried and helpless. Hermione, with her quiet competence. Bill and Charlie, still in their night clothes. Percy, hesitating in the doorway before finally entering. Arthur and Molly, her face crumpling when she saw her son's distress. They formed a loose circle around George, some sitting, some standing, all silent, waiting. "I can't do this," George said to the room at large. "Everyone keeps expecting me to be fine, to move on, to keep living. But I don't know how to do that without him." "Then don't," Ginny said simply. George looked at her, confusion in his eyes. "Don't be fine," Ginny continued. "Don't move on. Don't pretend everything's okay when it's not. Just be, however you need to be. We're not going anywhere." "She's right," Ron added. "You think we expect you to be okay? Mate, we're all a mess. We're just better at hiding it." "Some of us are, anyway," Charlie muttered. And despite everything, George's lips twitched slightly. Molly moved closer, kneeling in front of George so she could see his face. "My darling boy," she said, her voice thick with tears. "You don't have to be anything for us. You don't have to be strong or brave or better. You just have to be here. That's all. Just be here." "But the shop. Bugger the shop," Bill said bluntly. "Sorry, Mum, but it's true. The shop can wait. It can close, permanently, if that's what George needs. Nothing's more important than you, George. Nothing. Fred worked so hard. Fred worked hard because he loved it," Arthur said firmly. "Because it brought him joy. If it doesn't bring you joy anymore, if it only brings pain, then it's not worth keeping." Fred would say the same. "I don't know what brings me joy anymore," George admitted quietly. "Everything I liked, everything I was good at, it was all with him. I don't know who I am without him." Percy spoke up, his voice careful. "You're George Weasley. You're brilliant and creative and funny and kind. You're all those things independent of Fred, even though I know it doesn't feel that way." "How would you know?" George's tone wasn't cruel, just curious. "You were barely here for years." Percy flinched but didn't look away. "You're right. I wasn't. I was stupid and prideful, and I missed years of your life, both your lives, and I'll regret that for the rest of mine." He paused, gathering courage. "But I remember who you were before you and Fred became a matched set. I remember when you were 5 and you spent an entire summer teaching yourself to juggle because you wanted to entertain Ginny when she was sick. Not Fred, you. I remember when you were 8 and you found a hurt owl in the garden and you cried while you healed it, even though Fred was making fun of you for being soft." George stared at him, something flickering in his eyes. "You've always been more than half of a whole, George," Percy continued. "Fred was your twin, your partner, your best friend, but you were never incomplete without him. You are, your own person, a brilliant person who deserves to figure out how to live again, even if it's different than before." "I don't know how," George whispered. "None of us do," Hermione said softly. "We're all learning. All of us lost people in the war, George. We're all trying to figure out how to keep going when part of us wants to stop. But we do it together. That's how we manage. Together." George looked around at the faces surrounding him. His family, broken and grieving, but still standing, still showing up, still trying. "The shop," he said slowly. I can't run it alone. But maybe." He looked at Ron. "You said you'd help. Did you mean it?" Ron blinked, surprised. "Of course. Anything, mate. I don't mean just helping. I mean..." George took a breath. "I mean properly helping. Being there. Learning the business. I can't be Fred and George anymore. But maybe we could be George and Ron. Just until I figure out what comes next." "Yeah," Ron said immediately. Yeah, absolutely. I'm rubbish at inventing things, but I can run a till. I can deal with customers. I can... Whatever you need, George. I'm there. The Aura program can wait, Ron said firmly. This is more important. George nodded slowly, something like relief crossing his face. Then he turned to Molly. I'm sorry, Mum, for worrying you, for not eating, for not coming down, for... Stop. Molly cupped his face in her hands. You have nothing to apologize for. Nothing. You're grieving your twin George, your other half. There's no right way to do that. No timeline you're supposed to follow. You take as long as you need. But I heard you crying, George said, his own voice breaking. At night, when you think everyone's asleep. I heard you, and I know I'm making it worse, that if I could just pull myself together. George Weasley, you listen to me. Molly's voice was fierce now. I'm not crying because of you. I'm crying because my son died. I'm crying because I miss him so much I can barely breathe sometimes. But you... Her voice softened. You being here, alive, even when you're hurting, that's the only thing keeping me going. Do you understand? You didn't make this worse. You being here makes it bearable. George crumpled forward, and Molly caught him, holding him like she had when he was small. Arthur joined them, his arms wrapping around both wife and son. And then Ginny was there too, and Ron, and one by one they all pressed in, a tangle of Weasleys and honorary Weasleys, holding each other up because none of them could stand alone. They stayed like that for a long time, drawing strength from proximity, from the simple fact of being together. When they finally separated, faces were wet with tears, but something had shifted. The air felt lighter, as though a pressure valve had been released. Right, Charlie said eventually, his voice gruff. Who wants breakfast? I'm starving. When aren't you starving? Bill teased. And just like that, the moment broke. The tension didn't disappear. It was still there, would always be there. But it became manageable, bearable. They moved as a group toward the kitchen, but George hung back. Harry stayed with him. Thank you, George said quietly, for not trying to fix it, for just being there. That's what family does. You're good at this, you know, the being family thing, better than you think you are. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded. They joined the others in the kitchen, where Molly was already cooking, but not frantically, not desperately, just cooking, making breakfast for her family. The portions were normal, reasonable. She was humming under her breath, a tune Harry recognized from the Celestina Warbeck song Fred had always claimed to hate, but secretly loved. Ron was setting the table, talking about the joke shop with genuine enthusiasm. We could reorganize the stockroom, make it more efficient. And I've got some ideas for marketing, you know, appealing to a younger crowd. Kids who are just starting at Hogwarts. We'd need new products for that, George said slowly, his brain clearly starting to engage. Things that are impressive, but not too dangerous. Maybe some beginner-level stuff. Self-spelling quills, like Hermione mentioned. I still say those are a waste. Hermione started, but she was smiling. Color-changing ties for school robes, Ginny suggested. Something that gets around the uniform rules without technically breaking them. Ooh, that's good, George said, and there was a spark in his eyes that Harry hadn't seen since before the battle. Not the full flame that had been there before, but a spark. It was something. Breakfast was almost pleasant. The conversation flowed more naturally. with fewer awkward pauses. George even ate without being prompted, managing half his plate before pushing it away. "That's good," Molly said approvingly. "That's really good, dear." After breakfast, George stood uncertainly. "I think I might take a bath. Actually wash properly. I must smell awful." "We've been too polite to mention it," Charlie said. And George actually laughed. A small laugh. Barely more than a breath, but a laugh nonetheless. When George had gone upstairs, Molly sagged against Arthur, relief written across every line of her body. "He's going to be all right," Arthur said softly. "It'll take time, but he's going to be all right." "We all are," Bill added. "Eventually. Maybe. Definitely maybe," Ron agreed. And somehow that was enough. The afternoon found the house settling into a new rhythm. Still sad, still marked by loss, but functioning. George came back downstairs after his bath, looking more human. His hair was clean, his clothes fresh, and though he still looked haunted, he looked present. He gravitated toward the window, staring out at the snow-covered garden. Ginny joined him, handing him a cup of tea without speaking. They stood together in comfortable silence. "Tell me about Quidditch," George said eventually. "Are you going back to the Harpies?" Ginny blinked, surprised by the question. "Trials are next month. I'm hoping to make the reserve team at least." "You'll make starting lineup," George said with certainty. "You're the best chaser Hogwarts has seen in decades. They'd be idiots not to start you." "Maybe, but there's a lot of competition." "Doesn't matter. You're better." He glanced at her. "Fred and I were taking bets, before, about how long it would take you to make professional. I said 2 years. He said 1. Looks like he might win that bet." Ginny's eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. "He usually did." "Yeah," George agreed softly. "Yeah, he did." They lapsed back into silence, but it was peaceful. Outside, snow began to fall again, fat, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers. "It's strange," George said after a while. "Everyone keeps saying Fred wouldn't want us to be sad, that he'd want us to move on, to be happy. And they're probably right. But," he paused, searching for words, "but it also feels wrong, Like being happy is a betrayal. Like if I laugh or enjoy something, I'm saying his death doesn't matter." "It's not, though," Ginny said firmly. "Being happy doesn't mean you've forgotten him. It doesn't mean you miss him any less. It just means you're living, and that's what he'd want. For all of us to keep living." Easier said than done. Most things are. George was quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm glad Ron's going to help with the shop. I meant what I said. I can't do it alone. But with him there, maybe it'll feel less like haunting a grave and more like building something new." "Ron's brilliant with people," Ginny said. "Better than he thinks he is. He'll be good for the business." "And it'll be good for him too," George added. "Give him something solid, something that's not about the war or fighting or any of that. Just making people laugh, selling joy. There's something healing in that, I think." From the kitchen came the sound of Molly singing. Actually singing, not just humming. It was off-key and wavering, but it was there. Arthur joined in from the sitting room, his voice deeper but just as off-key, and Bill's laughter rang out. "Listen to that," George said, tilting his head. "Life happening. Even with everything, life keeps happening." "Is that okay?" Ginny asked carefully. "That life keeps happening?" George considered this. "I don't know yet. Ask me tomorrow, or next week, or next year." He set down his teacup. But right now, in this moment, yeah, I think maybe it is. It wasn't healing. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. But it was acceptance, or the beginning of it. An acknowledgement that life would continue whether they were ready or not. And that maybe, eventually, that could be okay. They stood together at the window, watching the snow fall, and behind them, the burrow hummed with the quiet sounds of family, imperfect, grieving, but together. And for now, that was enough. Christmas Eve dawned clear and cold, the sky a brilliant blue that seemed almost aggressive in its cheerfulness. Harry woke to the sound of voices downstairs. Multiple voices, which meant more family had arrived. He found Ginny already awake, sitting by the window and watching the garden. Frost had painted intricate patterns on the glass overnight, delicate spirals and whirls that caught the morning light. Fleur and Victoire are here, she said without turning. Got in about an hour ago. Charlie's been teaching Victoire to say dragon in Romanian, which Fleur is pretending to be annoyed about. Harry could hear it now. Fleur's lilting voice, Charlie's booming laugh, and underneath it all, a baby's delighted gurgle, the sound of new life, of hope, of a future that was being built despite everything. They dressed and went downstairs to find the kitchen in controlled chaos. Fleur stood at the stove, her silvery hair caught back in a practical bun, directing Molly with gentle efficiency. Between them, they'd created an actual reasonable breakfast. Enough food for the people who were there, no more, no less. Harry, Fleur called when she saw him. Come, come. You must hold Victoire while I finish this. Before Harry could protest, he found himself with an armful of baby. Victoire looked up at him with enormous blue eyes, then grabbed his nose with surprising strength. She likes you, Bill said, appearing at his elbow with a cup of coffee. Fair warning, she's teething, so she might try to gum your face. Good to know, Harry said, carefully extracting his nose from Victoire's grip. The baby immediately went for his glasses instead. George emerged from the pantry, carrying a bag of flour, and stopped when he saw the baby. For a moment, Harry worried it might be too much. New life as a reminder of the life that had been lost. But then George's face softened. Can I? He asked hesitantly. Harry transferred Victoire carefully. George held her awkwardly at first, as though she might break, but Victoire had no such concerns. She immediately reached for his hair, yanking enthusiastically. Ow, okay, you're stronger than you look. George adjusted his grip, and something in his posture relaxed. Hello there, littlest Weasley. You're causing quite a stir, aren't you? Victoire babbled something that might have been agreement. She's beautiful, George said to Bill. Really beautiful. You and Fleur did good work. Thanks. Bill's voice was carefully casual, but Harry could see the relief in his eyes. This moment, George holding his niece, smiling down at her, was another small step forward. The morning passed in a flurry of preparation. Molly had decreed the Christmas Eve dinner would be special, a proper celebration, and for once no one argued with her. There was purpose in her movements now, direction rather than desperation. We need more evergreen, she announced, for the mantelpiece. Arthur, would you and the boys— On it, Arthur said, already pulling on his coat. Come on, lads, let's gather some greenery. Harry found himself trudging through the snow with Arthur, Ron, Bill, Charlie, and Percy. George had stayed behind, still holding Victoire, which seemed to suit everyone just fine. "How's he really doing?" Bill asked, once they were far enough from the house. Arthur considered this as he examined a holly bush. "Better. Not well, but better. That's something." "He actually ate breakfast," Ron added. "Proper breakfast, not just picking at things." "And he's talking about the shop," Charlie said. "Making plans. That's good, right?" "It's very good," Arthur confirmed. He selected a branch and cut it carefully with a severing charm. Grief isn't a straight line. He'll have good days and bad days, but he's trying now. That's what matters. They worked in companionable silence, gathering branches of holly and ivy, pine and fir. The physical labor was soothing, and the cold air felt cleansing after the warmth of the house. Percy was unusually quiet, even for Percy. He worked methodically, his pile of greenery growing with systematic precision. "Something on your mind?" Arthur asked him gently. Percy didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was tight. "I keep thinking about that last memory, the one the candle showed. Fred and me in the corridor, laughing. It was a good memory," Arthur said. "But I wasted so much time before that. Years of being stubborn and proud and stupid, and I can't—" Percy's voice cracked. "I can't get those years back. I can't apologize to him. I can't tell him I was wrong about everything." Arthur set down his bundle of branches and turned to face his son fully. "Percy, look at me." Percy did, reluctantly. "Fred forgave you long before you came back. Do you know how I know that?" Arthur didn't wait for an answer. "Because when you did come back, when you showed up at the battle, he didn't hesitate. He fought beside you, joked with you, treated you like you'd never been gone. That's who Fred was. He didn't hold grudges. He didn't keep score. But I do," Percy said miserably. "I keep thinking about all the Christmases I missed, all the family dinners, all the moments I could have had with him and didn't, because I was too proud to admit I was wrong." "Then don't make the same mistake twice," Bill said firmly. "You're here now. Don't waste time feeling guilty about the past when you could be present for the future." That's what Fred would say. "Actually," Ron interjected, "he'd probably say something ruder. But the sentiment would be the same." Despite himself, Percy smiled slightly. "He would have called me a pompous ass." "Definitely," Charlie agreed cheerfully, with great affection, but definitely. "He loved you, Percy," Arthur said, "despite everything, or maybe because of everything. Because you came back, because you chose family over pride in the end. He loved you. Hold on to that. Let the guilt go." Percy nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They gathered the rest of the greenery in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. When they returned to the house, arms laden with branches, they found the women had been busy as well. The sitting room had been transformed. The tree was properly decorated now, lights twinkling among the branches, and the mantelpiece awaited its greenery. George sat in Arthur's chair, still holding Victoire, who had fallen asleep against his chest. He looked up when they entered, a finger to his lips. "She just dropped off," he whispered. Fleur came over and carefully lifted her daughter, and George's arms fell away slowly, as though reluctant to let go of that small, warm weight. "Thank you," Fleur said softly, "for holding her." "Thank you," George replied, "for letting me." The afternoon was spent in decoration. They wove the greenery into garlands, draping them across the mantelpiece and staircase. Holly berries added spots of red against the deep green. The house smelled of pine and wood smoke, and something spicy that Molly was baking in the kitchen. Hermione had taken charge of organizing the ornaments, her methodical nature bringing order to what was usually chaos. She worked with Ginny, the two of them discussing placement with surprising seriousness. "The dragon needs to be on a sturdy branch," Hermione was saying. "It's too heavy for the thinner ones." "What about here?" Ginny suggested. "Perfect." Harry found himself helping Ron untangle a particularly vicious knot in a string of lights. They worked in silence for a while, fingers working at the twisted wire. "This is nice," Ron said eventually. "Isn't it? All of us together, doing something normal." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "It is. George seems better. He had a breakthrough yesterday. Sometimes that helps." "Did you know," Ron said, still focused on the lights, "that I used to be jealous of them? Fred and George. The way they always had each other, always knew what the other was thinking. I was jealous of that bond." He laughed without humor. "Funny, isn't it? Being jealous of something that could cause so much pain." "It's not funny," Harry said. "It's human." They freed the last tangle and the lights sprang loose. Ron held them up triumphantly, then began stringing them across the mantelpiece where the garlands now hung. As evening approached, Molly called everyone to the kitchen. She'd made mulled cider, the scent of cinnamon and cloves filling the air. They gathered around the table, adults and one sleeping baby, and Molly raised her cup. "To family," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "To those who are here and those who—" She couldn't finish, but she didn't need to. "To Fred," Arthur said quietly. "To Fred," they echoed, voices overlapping. They drank in silence, the cider warming them from the inside out. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the snow pink and gold. "We should do the Christmas candle," Ginny said suddenly. "The one we light every year, for Christmas Eve." It was tradition, had been for as long as Harry had known the Weasleys. On Christmas Eve, they lit a special candle, charmed to burn until Christmas morning, representing hope and light in the darkness of winter. "I don't know if we have it," Molly said uncertainly. "I haven't seen it since—" "I have it," George said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. "I took it. After. I've been keeping it in my room." He left and returned a moment later with a thick red candle, taller than his hand, carved with intricate runes. It was old, passed down through Molly's family for generations. "I wasn't sure we'd light it this year," George admitted. "Wasn't sure we should. But—" He looked around at his family. "But I think we need to. I think Fred would want us to." They moved to the sitting room, gathering around the tree. The room was beautiful in the fading light, the decorations catching and reflecting the last rays of sun, the smell of pine and cinnamon heavy in the air. George placed the candle in its traditional spot on the small table beside the tree. His hand hovered over it, and for a moment, Harry thought he might change his mind. Then Molly stepped forward, her hand covering George's. "Together," she said. "We light it together, as a family." One by one, they each placed a hand on the candle, Molly and George, then Arthur, then Bill and Fleur, who was holding Victoire, then Charlie, then Percy, then Ron and Hermione, then Ginny and Harry. Their hands overlapped, a tangle of fingers around the red wax. "For hope," Molly said. "For light," Arthur added. "For family," Bill said. "For love," Hermione whispered. "For Fred," George said, his voice steady. "And for everyone we've lost." "For the future," Ginny said firmly. Arthur drew his wand with his free hand, and the tip glowed softly. The flame that appeared was golden, warm, steady. It touched the wick and the candle caught, burning with unusual brightness. They stepped back, watching the flame dance and grow. It should have been an ordinary fire, but somehow it felt like more, like a promise, like a beacon. "It's beautiful," Fleur breathed. And it was. The candlelight filled the room with a soft glow, making everything seem warmer, safer, more solid. The decorations sparkled. The trees seemed to shine from within. Even the shadows in the corners seemed less dark. They stood in silence, watching the flame, and Harry felt something shift in his chest. It wasn't happiness. Not exactly. It was something more complex, more real. It was acknowledgement that pain existed alongside joy, that grief could coexist with hope, that a family could be broken and whole at the same time. "Right then," Arthur said eventually, his voice gruff with emotion. "Who wants to help me with dinner?" The spell broke, and they scattered to their tasks. But the candle kept burning, steady and bright, and its light seemed to follow them through the house. Dinner preparations were surprisingly joyful. Charlie told increasingly absurd stories about dragon mishaps in Romania. Bill countered with tales of curse-breaking gone wrong. Even Percy contributed a few dry observations about ministry incompetence that had everyone laughing. George was quieter, but present. He helped where needed, stirred pots when asked, and occasionally smiled at the banter around him. It was enough. Fleur proved to be an excellent cook, her French training evident in the way she handled ingredients. She and Molly worked side by side, Fleur offering suggestions in her accented English, while Molly nodded approval. "You add the herbs at the end," Fleur was explaining. "Otherwise they lose their flavor." "I never knew that," Molly said, watching carefully. "I've been doing it wrong for years." "Not wrong, just different," Fleur smiled. "There are many ways to cook. All can be right." It was such a small moment, such an insignificant exchange, but Harry saw the way Molly's shoulders relaxed, the way she absorbed this knowledge like a gift. She was letting someone else teach her, letting someone else help, and that felt significant somehow. When dinner was finally ready, they gathered around the extended table. Molly had used all the leaves, making it long enough to seat everyone comfortably. The food was abundant, but not excessive. Roast, chicken and ham, potatoes and vegetables, fresh bread and butter. Real Christmas dinner, not anxiety made edible. They ate slowly, savoring. Conversation flowed naturally, punctuated by laughter and comfortable silences. Victoire woke halfway through and made her presence known, babbling cheerfully while Fleur fed her. "She's going to be trouble," Ron observed. "You can tell." "Like someone else I know," Hermione said pointedly. "I have no idea who you mean." After dinner, they retreated to the sitting room, full and content. The Christmas candle still burned bright, its light warm and steady. Someone, Arthur probably, had started a fire in the fireplace, and the combined light made the room glow. They settled into various seats. Charlie claimed the floor, stretching out like a cat. Bill and Fleur took the love seat, Victoire asleep again in her father's arms. Ron and Hermione shared the sofa with Ginny. Percy sat in a straight-backed chair, looking more relaxed than Harry had ever seen him. Arthur and Molly took their usual spots, hands clasped between them. George sat in what had been his usual chair, the one beside where Fred would have sat. The empty space beside him was still there, still visible, but somehow less prominent than it had been. Harry sat on the floor near the fire, leaning against Ginny's legs, and felt more at peace than he had in months. "Story time," Charlie announced. "Family tradition. Someone tell a Christmas story." "Not the one about the gnome in the chimney," Ron said quickly. "That one gives me nightmares." "You were 4, Ginny said. "Get over it." "Still traumatic." "I'll tell one," Arthur said. "A true one, about the Christmas before Ginny was born." Molly smiled, clearly knowing this story. "We had 5 boys at the time," Arthur began. 5 boys under the age of 12, and Molly was 8 months pregnant. We'd decided to host Christmas at the Burrow that year. First time ever. Molly's brothers were coming, and my parents, and various aunts and uncles. It was going to be a proper family gathering. He paused for effect. Christmas Eve arrives, and with it comes the worst blizzard we'd seen in decades. Snow up to the windows. No one could apparate, couldn't see 3 feet in front of your face. And everyone was supposed to arrive that evening. "What happened?" Hermione asked, caught up despite herself. "Well, Molly went into labor." "You're joking," Bill said. "Not even slightly. There we were, snowed in, 5 young boys running wild, and Molly in labor 3 weeks early. I tried to flew for a healer, but the flu network was down because of the storm. Tried to send an owl, but no owl was flying in that weather." Molly picked up the story. "So Arthur had to deliver Ginny himself. With Bill's help. He was 11 and absolutely terrified." "I was very brave," Bill protested, but he was grinning. "You fainted twice," Arthur said. "Once. I fainted once. The second time I was just resting my eyes." "Anyway," Molly continued, "Arthur managed beautifully. Ginny arrived just after midnight, technically on Christmas morning, screaming her tiny head off. And then she started laughing. And then the storm cleared, just like that. The moment Ginny was born, the snow stopped and the stars came out. The relatives all showed up about an hour later," Arthur said. "Found us exhausted but happy, with a brand new baby girl and the boys all asleep in various corners of the house. Best Christmas ever," Molly said softly, looking at Ginny. "My only daughter, born on Christmas morning in a snowstorm." "I've always been dramatic," Ginny said lightly, but she was clearly touched. More stories followed. Ron told about the year Fred and George had enchanted all the presents to open themselves, resulting in chaos and wrapping paper everywhere. Hermione shared her first Christmas at the Burrow, her nervousness at meeting everyone. Bill described proposing to Fleur on Christmas Eve and how she'd said yes before he'd even finished the question. Even Percy contributed, talking about the Christmas he'd been made prefect, how insufferable he'd been, and how Fred and George had hidden his badge in the turkey. "I found it when I was carving," Arthur said, chuckling. "Gave it back to you after dinner, remember?" "I remember," Percy said. "I was furious, but Fred and George were so pleased with themselves that I couldn't stay mad." His voice softened. "Fred gave me the badge later that night, cleaned it and everything. Told me he was proud of me, even if I was a pompous git." The room went quiet. "He was proud of you," Molly said firmly. "He told me that once. Said you were the smartest one of all of them, and that one day you'd do great things. He meant it, Percy." Percy nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire and the Christmas candle burn. Outside, snow began to fall again, gentle and soft, coating the world in white. "This is nice," George said suddenly. Everyone looked at him. "Being here, All of us. Telling stories, remembering. It hurts, but it's... He searched for words. It's good hurt. Does that make sense? Perfect sense, Arthur said. Fred would be annoyed at us, you know, George continued. All this sitting around being somber. He'd be plotting something ridiculous, probably trying to charm the Christmas pudding to sing or turn the tree decorations into flying menaces. So let's do it, Ginny said suddenly. Do what? Something Fred would do. Something ridiculous and fun and completely inappropriate. Ginny's eyes sparkled with mischief that was pure Weasley. In his honor. Like what? Ron asked cautiously. Enchanted snow, Charlie suggested. Make it fall upward instead of down. Singing ornaments, Hermione added, getting into the spirit of it. Turn Percy's hair blue, George said, and there was a hint of the old sparkle in his eyes. Absolutely not, Percy said, but he was smiling. They spent the next hour coming up with increasingly ridiculous ideas, some of which they actually implemented. The tree decorations did end up singing, a slightly off-key version of God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs. The snow outside their window began falling in spirals instead of straight down, and Percy's hair didn't turn blue, but his teacup did. George laughed, really laughed, for the first time since Harry had arrived. It was rusty, a bit broken, but real. When the clock struck midnight, they were still awake, still talking, still together. The candles still burned bright. The Christmas pudding, which did not sing, despite several attempts, sat ready for tomorrow. The tree sparkled. The house felt warm. Merry Christmas, Molly said softly. Merry Christmas, they echoed. It wasn't the Christmas they would have chosen. Fred's absence was still felt in every moment, every silence, every laugh that fell just short of complete. But it was their Christmas, and they were facing it together, and somehow that made it bearable. The candle burned on through the night, a steady flame in the darkness, promising that morning would come, that light would return, that hope, however fragile, endured. And in the morning, there would be presents and breakfast and more stories and the slow, gentle work of building a life around the hole that had been left. But for now, they sat together in the candlelight, a family bound by love and loss in equal measure, and that was enough. Christmas morning arrived with unusual quietness. No shouts of excitement, no thundering feet on the stairs, no Fred and George setting off some elaborate wake-up prank that would have everyone stumbling from their beds in various states of alarm and amusement. Instead, Harry woke to soft winter light, filtering through frost-painted windows and the distant murmur of voices downstairs. Ginny was already awake beside him, staring at the ceiling. First Christmas without him, she said without preamble. Yeah, it feels wrong. Being here, waking up, knowing he won't come bursting in with some ridiculous... Her voice caught. She took a breath, steadied herself. But we're doing it anyway. We are. They lay there a moment longer, gathering strength, then rose and dressed. The house was warm. Someone had been up early stoking fires. As they descended the stairs, Harry noticed small changes from the night before. Someone had added more greenery to the banister. The Christmas candle, burned down to a stub now, still flickered with its last bit of magic. And under the tree, presents had appeared, wrapped in paper of various colors and states of repair. The kitchen held Arthur, Molly, and George. All three had cups of tea and the comfortable silence of people who'd been awake together for a while. "Morning," Molly said, her smile gentle. "Tea's fresh. Breakfast won't be ready for a bit. I thought we'd wait for everyone." George sat at the table, tracing patterns in a puddle of spilled tea. He looked tired but clearer-eyed than he had been. When he noticed Harry and Ginny, he managed a small smile. "Happy Christmas," he said, and though his voice was subdued, it didn't have the hollow quality it had carried for days. "Happy Christmas," they replied. Slowly, the others emerged. Bill and Fleur came down first, Victoire wide awake and babbling. Charlie appeared shortly after, his hair standing up at wild angles. Ron and Hermione were next, both looking sleep-rumpled and content. Percy was last, dressed with his usual precision despite the early hour. They gathered in the sitting room, drawn by some unspoken agreement, to the tree and its pile of presents. The morning light made everything seem gentler, softer around the edges. The decorations they'd hung with such mixed feelings yesterday now seemed comfortable, settled, as though they'd always been there. "Right," Arthur said, settling into his chair. "Shall we?" It had always been Fred and George's job to distribute presents, another tradition, like so many others, that would have to be adapted. For a moment, no one moved, the weight of that absence sitting heavy in the room. Then George stood. "I'll do it," he said quietly. If that's all right." "Of course, dear," Molly said, her eyes bright with tears she was determinedly not shedding. George knelt by the tree, pulling out packages and reading names. His movements were careful, deliberate, so unlike the chaos that usually accompanied this task. Fred would have been tossing presents across the room, making a game of it, probably hexing a few to fly around before landing. George just handed them out, one by one, his face carefully neutral, until he came to a package wrapped in familiar purple paper covered in tiny golden snitches. George's hand stilled. He turned the package over slowly, reading the tag. "To George, from Fred. Open only when you're ready to laugh again." The room went absolutely silent. George stared at the package, his breathing shallow. No one spoke. No one moved. "He must have..." George's voice cracked. "He must have put this here last Christmas. Before everything. Before..." Molly made a small sound, her hand pressed to her mouth. Arthur reached for her, pulling her close. "Are you going to open it?" Ron asked softly. George looked at the package for a long moment, then carefully set it aside. "Not yet, but..." He managed a watery smile. "But eventually, when I'm ready." He continued distributing presents, his movements a bit unsteady now, but determined. When he'd finished, the floor was covered in wrapped packages of all sizes. Some were clearly store-bought, others obviously homemade. All were given with love. "Youngest first," Arthur said, gesturing to Victoire. "That's tradition." Bill helped Victoire unwrap a soft toy dragon that immediately became her favorite thing in the world. She clutched it and squealed with delight, and the sound broke something open in the room. Suddenly, everyone was laughing, reaching for packages, the morning taking on a more normal rhythm. Harry received a new watch from Molly and Arthur. "Since your old one was destroyed in the battle," Molly explained, her voice catching slightly. From Ron and Hermione, a set of aura training manuals that Ron had carefully annotated with sarcastic comments in the margins. From Ginny, a promise written on parchment and sealed with wax for one day of whatever Harry wants, no questions asked. "That's dangerous," Harry said, grinning at her. "I'm brave," she replied. George received practical things mostly. New clothes from Molly, tools from Arthur, a journal from Hermione. For product ideas, she'd written inside, a bottle of fire whiskey from Charlie. But from Ron, he received something unexpected, a framed photograph. It showed the shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, on opening day. Fred and George stood in front of it, arms around each other's shoulders, identical grins splitting their faces. The photograph moved, as magical photos did, and in the endless loop, Fred would nudge George, George would nudge back, and they'd both laugh silently. George stared at it for a long moment, his thumb tracing the frame's edge. "Thought you might want it," Ron said awkwardly, "for when you go back. So he's still there, sort of." "Thanks, Ron." George's voice was thick. "Really, this is... Thank you." Molly received a set of recipe books from Bill and Fleur, but more significantly, a promise from all her children to help with meals going forward. Proper help, Charlie emphasized, not just eating everything you make. Percy gave her something else, a small box wrapped in plain brown paper. When she opened it, she found a tiny crystal phial filled with silvery light. "It's a memory," Percy explained, his ears going red. "From my first Christmas home after I came back. Fred and I were in the kitchen, and he was trying to teach me how to make treacle tart. I was terrible at it, kept burning things, and he kept laughing, but not in a mean way. Just happy that I was there, trying. I thought you might like to have it." Molly didn't speak. She just stood, crossed to Percy, and hugged him so fiercely that his glasses went crooked. Arthur received new Muggle artifacts from various children, each trying to outdo the others with obscurity. Charlie won with something called an electric egg separator that Arthur immediately became obsessed with. Ginny received Quidditch gear from various people, but from George, and the tag said, "From George and Fred," written in George's hand. She received something special. It was a small golden badge, shaped like a comet, that read, "Future Professional Quidditch Star." "We made these last year," George explained. "We're going to give them to people we thought would make it big. Only made 3. This one's yours. You're going to be brilliant, Gin. We both..." He corrected himself carefully. "I know you will be." More presents were opened. Paper accumulating in cheerful piles. Victoire fell asleep in a nest of wrapping paper, clutching her dragon. The room filled with the comfortable chaos of a family Christmas. Laughter and teasing, and occasional bickering over who gave the best gift. When the presents were done, the floor was covered in paper and ribbon, and everyone looked happily exhausted. "Right," Molly said, standing and stretching. "Breakfast. Proper Christmas breakfast. Everyone helps." They trooped to the kitchen en masse, and somehow the work of cooking became joyful rather than fraught. Charlie cracked eggs with unnecessary flair. Ron burned the toast and was immediately demoted to setting the table. Hermione proved surprisingly good with pancakes. Percy demonstrated a charm for keeping bacon perfectly crispy that he claimed to have learned from a ministry cafeteria worker. George worked quietly alongside Ginny, the two of them managing the porridge and keeping each other company without needing to talk much. Harry noticed George kept glancing at the calendar on the wall, where Molly tracked everyone's whereabouts with enchanted pins. Fred's pin still sat in home, where it had been moved after his death. It would never move again. But George didn't look away. He let himself see it, acknowledge it. then returned to stirring the porridge. Breakfast was loud and messy and perfect. They squeezed around the table, elbows bumping, passing dishes back and forth, talking over each other. Victoire woke up and demanded attention, which Charlie provided by making silly faces that had her giggling. Bill told an entirely inappropriate story about curse-breaking in Egypt that had Molly covering Victoire's ears, despite the baby being far too young to understand. Halfway through, George spoke up. "I've been thinking," he said, and everyone quieted. "About the shop, about what comes next." Ron straightened, attentive. "Yeah, I want to reopen it after the new year, but," George paused, gathering his thoughts. "But I want to do it right. Not just throw open the doors and pretend everything's the same. I want to honor what Fred and I built together, but also acknowledge that it's different now." "What are you thinking?" Arthur asked. "A memorial section. Nothing maudlin, just a corner of the shop dedicated to Fred. His favorite products, maybe some photographs, a place where people can remember him while also, shopping for pygmy puffs or whatever." "He'd love that," Molly said softly. "He really would." "And Ron's agreed to help properly," George continued. "Not forever. I know you want to do aura training eventually. But for now, while I figure out how to run things alone, or not alone exactly, just differently." "As long as you need me," Ron said firmly. "Seriously, George, I'm there." "We could do a reopening celebration," Hermione suggested. "Invite people, make it an event. Show everyone that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is still here, still making people laugh. Free samples," Charlie added. "Everyone loves free samples." "A portion of opening day proceeds could go to, I don't know, a fund for war orphans or something," Bill suggested. "Something that would make Fred's death mean something." George considered this, his expression thoughtful. "The Fred Weasley Memorial Fund for Magical Mischief and Childhood Joy," he said slowly. "Helping kids who lost parents in the war, giving them reasons to laugh again." "That's perfect," Ginny said. "Yeah," George agreed, and there was something like hope in his voice. "Yeah, I think it is." They planned over breakfast, ideas flowing freely. Percy offered to help with the paperwork for establishing the fund. Hermione volunteered to organize the reopening event. Bill said he'd help with security charms, make sure the shop was safe. Charlie promised to bring some harmless dragon scales that could be turned into novelty items. And George sat in the middle of it all, listening, nodding, occasionally contributing, looking more alive than he had in weeks. After breakfast, the washing up became a group effort, everyone helping despite Molly's protests. Then, without anyone suggesting it, they all bundled into coats and boots and headed outside. The garden was blanketed in fresh snow, pristine and white. The sun was high now, making the snow sparkle like diamonds. It was cold, but not unbearably so, the kind of winter day that invited activity rather than hibernation. "Snowball fight," Ron announced. "Teams, Bill, Charlie, and Percy against me, Harry, and George." "That's not fair," Percy protested. "You have 2 more people." "You have Bill. He's worth at least 2 normal people." "I'm not sure if that's a compliment," Bill said. "It's not," Charlie assured him. They divided up anyway, more or less, with Ginny and Hermione forming their own alliance. "We're going to destroy everyone," Ginny declared. And Fleur, watching with Victoire from the kitchen window, clearly thinking they were all mad. What followed was chaos. The good kind, the kind that Fred would have orchestrated and laughed at and probably cheated at. Snowballs flew with varying degrees of accuracy. Someone, definitely Charlie, started using magic to make his snowballs bigger. Ron retaliated by charming an entire pile of snow to form itself into ammunition. George started slowly, hanging back, but gradually got drawn in. Harry saw the moment it happened. Ron hit Percy square in the face with a perfectly aimed snowball, and George laughed. Really laughed, the sound sudden and surprised, as though he'd forgotten he could. And then he was in it, making snowballs with systematic efficiency, his aim true, his movements almost fluid. He caught Ron with one to the back of the head, hit Charlie in the chest, and when Percy tried to retaliate, George dodged and hit him with two more in quick succession. "Merlin, George," Ron sputtered, wiping snow from his face. "When did you get good at this?" "I've always been good at this. Fred was just better." George paused, then added with a small smile, "But he's not here to show off, so I get to win." The fighting intensified. Hermione revealed unexpected tactical genius, directing Ginny with military precision. Bill used his curse-breaking reflexes to dodge everything thrown at him. Arthur emerged from his shed, saw what was happening, and immediately joined Molly's side, the two of them forming an unexpectedly effective team. Percy, taking it far too seriously as always, constructed an actual snow fort complete with battlements. Charlie immediately demolished it with a well-aimed charm, and Percy's indignant sputtering was heard across the garden. They played until everyone was soaked and freezing and laughing, until Fleur called them in for hot chocolate, until the sun started to dip and the cold became too much even for warming charms. Trudging back to the house, wet and exhausted and happy in a way that felt almost guilty, Harry found himself walking beside George. "You okay?" he asked quietly. George considered this. "No," he said honestly, "but maybe I will be, eventually. Today helped. This helped. All of it." "Fred would have loved this," Harry said. "The snowball fight, I mean. He'd have cheated outrageously." "Oh, completely. He'd have enchanted all the snow to fight for him and claimed it was just superior strategy." George smiled, sad but real. He'd have been terrible. It would have been brilliant. They reached the house, stomping snow from their boots, and the warmth inside felt like an embrace. Hot chocolate was waiting, and Molly had also made soup, and someone had started a fire in the sitting room. They gathered there again, the place that had become their center, and dried off and warmed up and told exaggerated stories about the snowball fight. Victoire, awake again, was passed from person to person, each family member taking a turn holding her, marveling at how much she'd grown, how alert she was, how perfect. When she reached George, he held her carefully, looking down at her tiny face with wonder. "She'll never know him," he said quietly. "She'll hear stories, see photographs, but she'll never actually know Fred." "Then we'll tell her the best stories," Ginny said firmly. "We'll make sure she knows exactly who her uncle was, how funny he was, how brave, how much he loved making people laugh. We'll make sure no one forgets." George nodded slowly. "Yeah, we will." As afternoon faded into evening, people began to drift. Bill and Fleur decided to head home. Victoire needed proper sleep, and they had family to visit on Fleur's side. Charlie announced he needed to get back to Romania the next morning. Percy, surprisingly, said he was taking a few extra days off work to spend at the Burrow, if that was all right. "Of course it's all right," Molly said. looking pleased and surprised. "You're always welcome here, Percy. Always." The house slowly emptied until it was back to the core group: Arthur and Molly, George, Ron and Hermione, Ginny and Harry. They made a light dinner from leftovers, none of them particularly hungry after the day's feasting, and ate it casually in the kitchen rather than formally at the table. "This was a good Christmas," Arthur said eventually. "Wasn't it?" "Yeah," George said, and he sounded almost surprised. "Yeah, it was." "Fred would approve," Molly added, her voice steady. "He'd probably say we were too serious at times, that we needed more pranks and less crying, but he'd approve." "He'd definitely say we were too serious," Ron agreed. "He'd have hexed all our tea to turn us different colors or something." "Remember the year he turned Percy's skin purple?" Ginny asked. "I looked like an aubergine," Percy said from the doorway, making them all jump. They hadn't heard him enter. "For 3 weeks, I looked like a mobile aubergine." "You looked distinguished," George said, straight-faced. "I looked ridiculous." "That too." They laughed, and it felt natural, easy. The conversation drifted to other Christmases, other memories, and gradually George began contributing more. Stories about pranks and disasters, about the year they'd accidentally turned all the Christmas puddings into bouncing balls, about the time Fred had convinced a young Ginny that Father Christmas was actually a transformed hippogriff. "I believed that for years," Ginny said indignantly. "We know," George said. "You wrote to the ministry asking for special hippogriff regulations for Christmas Eve." "I was 6. "You were 8, actually. Made it even better." As night deepened and the fire burned low, they finally dispersed to bed. Harry and Ginny lingered in the sitting room, neither quite ready to leave. "It was a good day," Ginny said softly. "It was." George smiled, really smiled, more than once. He did. "We're going to be okay," Ginny said, and she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. "All of us. It'll take time, and it'll hurt, and there will be bad days, but we're going to be okay." Harry pulled her close, and they stood there in the dim light of dying embers, holding each other, drawing strength from proximity. Upstairs, they could hear movement, people settling in for the night, floorboards creaking, water running, the normal sounds of a house full of people, a family preparing for sleep, and George's footsteps, not pacing anymore, but moving with purpose, the sound of a dresser opening, something being placed carefully on a nightstand. Fred's present, Harry realized. George had taken Fred's present to his room. He wouldn't open it tonight. Harry somehow knew that, but he'd kept it close. He was holding on to it, this last gift from his twin, this final piece of connection. And when he was ready, when he could laugh again without it feeling like betrayal, he'd open it. But not yet. Harry and Ginny went to bed, leaving the sitting room dark and quiet. The Christmas candle had finally burned out, but its absence didn't feel like loss. It had done its job, burned through the night as it was meant to, provided its light when it was needed, just like Fred had. Outside, the burrow stood crooked against the stars, its mismatched walls and haphazard additions somehow stronger for their imperfection. Inside, a family slept, broken but healing, grieving but together, learning day by day how to build a life around absence, how to honor the past while choosing the future. The snow continued to fall softly, covering the footprints from their snowball fight, making everything clean and new again. But under the snow, The ground remained solid, unchanged, and in the morning, the sun would rise, and they would wake, and they would continue, because that's what families did. They endured. Epilogue. 6 months later, the sign above the shop door read, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, in the same cheerful letters, but underneath, new words had been added. In loving memory of Fred Weasley, who made the world laugh. George stood in front of the shop, Ron beside him, watching the crowd that had gathered for the reopening. It was bigger than he'd expected. Old customers, new faces, friends from Hogwarts, strangers who'd heard about the Memorial Fund. Inside, in the corner they'd designated, stood a small display. Photographs of Fred, laughing, working, creating, his favorite products arranged just so. A guest book where people could write memories. And above it all, in a place of honor, one of the enchanted candles he'd designed, burning steadily with captured moments of joy. Ready? Ron asked. George looked at his younger brother, at the shop they'd cleaned and restocked together, at the crowd waiting to celebrate this new beginning. He thought of Fred. Always would, probably, in every moment. But the thought didn't drag him under anymore. It lifted him, pushed him forward, reminded him why this mattered. In his pocket, he carried Fred's gift, opened finally just last week. Inside had been a simple note. Told you you'd be ready to laugh again. Now get back to work, you lazy kid. People need joy. Go make some. Love, your better-looking twin. And tucked with the note, a single, skiving snack box, labeled, for when running the shop gets too hard. Take as needed. George had laughed until he cried, and then he'd gotten back to work. Yeah, he told Ron now, his hand on the door handle. Yeah, I'm ready. He opened the door, and the crowd surged forward, and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes came alive again with laughter and chaos, and the pure, simple joy of magical mischief. And somewhere, George was certain, Fred was watching and grinning, and probably planning to haunt the shop just to rearrange things when no one was looking. The thought made him smile. The winter after the war was long and cold, but spring came anyway, as it always does, even when we're not ready for it. The burrow still stands crooked against the sky, held together by magic and love and the stubborn refusal to let grief be the final word. Inside its mismatched walls, the Weasley family learned what so many before them have had to learn, that healing isn't about forgetting, and moving forward doesn't mean leaving anyone behind. Fred lives on in laughter shared around the kitchen table, in products that bring joy to children, in the stories told by firelight on winter evenings. He lives in George's determination to keep creating, in Ron's loyalty, in Ginny's fierce spirit, in the way Molly still sets out an extra cup of tea without thinking, then smiles sadly and drinks it herself. Some losses carve holes that never completely fill, but around those holes, life grows, different than before, shaped by absence, but still growing, still reaching toward the light. And on quiet nights, when snow falls softly on the garden and the house is full of the people who love each other despite and because of everything they've endured, you can almost hear it, the echo of Fred's laughter, reminding them all that joy isn't betrayal. It's the most faithful act of remembrance there is.